Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the special meeting of Council. This meeting is called for the specific purpose to consider the LRT facilitator proposals, to receive presentations from bidders, and to make a decision on the LRT facilitator. Under Council's meeting rules, no other business will be considered at this special meeting. All members of Council are present this morning except for Councillor Spilvieri, who I believe is away on vacation. I want to remind everyone, please ensure that all cell phones and other electronic devices are turned off or placed in a non-audible mode during the course of the meeting. We have a motion from Councillor Boven, seconded by Councillor Willens, to approve the special meeting agenda as printed and circulated. There's a package of related material on your desk in front of you, and I will ask the clerk to review the additional information before you for today's meeting. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Jeffrey. Members of Council and members of the audience that are here today, there are additional materials that have been distributed to the members of Council. There is, in regard to item D1, a presentation proposal from Peter Robertson Consulting, a copy of his presentation that will be delivered this morning. In terms of item D3, a presentation proposal from Lee Parsons, Malone Given Parsons Limited, a copy of his presentation that will be presented this morning. In addition, on each of the members' desks is an individualized evaluation scoring sheet for each of the three bidders. And I'll just review for members that the green sheet is the scoring sheet for Robertson Consulting. The blue sheet is the scoring sheet for Davies Howe Partners LLP, and the yellow sheet is for Malone Given Parsons Limited. Each sheet also has the bidder's name identified at the top. Mayor Jeffrey.
Okay. All in favor of the motion to approve today's meeting agenda? All those opposed? That's carried. Does any member have a declaration of a pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered on today's agenda? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, I would like to make some comments. I believe I have an ethical conflict of interest, which I spoke of at a previous meeting. So I wanted to make some comments about that. Members of Council, we've been tasked by our residents to make decisions that will build a better Brampton. I believe that we are required to show the leadership that they have entrusted us during this Council's mandate. And that is a responsibility that I take very seriously. My leadership on this file has been consistent. I believe that the Huron-Ontario-Maine LRT route represents the best option available for Brampton. My position is based on a strong understanding of the facts and the information provided by transit experts, both internally and externally, who support this route. Last October, I was given a strong mandate to lead, and that is what I intend to do. The debate and the decision regarding the LRT is a defining moment for our city and our council. We can offer a vision that reflects the needs of our community, or we can let it slip out of our grasp. In a recent public opinion poll, nearly 3 in 4 Bramptonians expressed support for the LRT. This confirms the view of many of the delegations who appeared before Council several weeks ago, and my own personal observations. The time has come to settle this issue. On July 8th, Council agreed, after over 6 hours of public delegations at a special Council meeting, that we provide a 6-week extension to the debate and the discussion on the LRT to allow for the retention of a facilitator to help and assist with our deliberations. At a special Council workshop on July 22nd, Council discussed the role of a facilitator, which has led to the report we all received on August 12th. Early in the process, I recommended to Council that we extend the original deadline from the end of August to September 16th to allow enough time for the facilitation process to be complete and to also ensure our decision was made at a time when the public wouldn't be excluded. So here we are, nearly 2 months later, at the end of a request for a proposal call to consider bid submissions for a facilitator. Before I go any further, I want to thank our staff. I want to thank them for all the work that they've done. As a council, we failed to provide clear direction, and we've been divided on what we believe the role of a facilitator is and what the outcome is and what should be expected to achieve. Despite these challenges, our staff have got us to this point. At our meeting on August 12th, I expressed serious reservations concerning the objectivity and lobbying by one of the individuals on the list and removed myself from the discussion. In order to be consistent, Mr. Clerk, I will once again be removing myself from debate on this issue, but before I do, I have some comments and observations. Unfortunately, the short list of potential facilitators has shrunk to only 3 bidders, as the other firms have withdrawn from consideration. Regrettably, the same individual I spoke of, whom I had felt had conducted himself dishonorably, continues to be under consideration. Now there is an additional candidate on the list who now has a previous association with an organization having a direct interest in the LRT project. I am seriously concerned with the integrity of this process. I believe it wouldn't stand up to public scrutiny and would be successfully challenged in the future. We state in the instructions to the bidders that our objective is to conduct an effective, fair, open, transparent request for proposal process. How can that be true when at least one of our bidders attempted to influence not only me, but all 10 members of council? Over the past few weeks, many of the original, experienced, and qualified bidders chose either not to bid at all or to remove themselves, likely because they feel, as I do, that the process was flawed from the very beginning. I'm sure that at 1:30 in the morning of July 9th and at the end of our July 8th marathon meeting, a deferral sounded like a good idea. When I voted in favor of the pause, I did so with the belief and hope that my colleagues on council would seize the opportunity and the additional time to ask more questions of city staff, Metrolinx, and MTO. While some council members did seek additional clarification, other council members, those that have repeatedly stated they have many unanswered questions, haven't used this time to their advantage and put forward any substantive questions. From the beginning, I never felt that hiring an outsider to assist us with making this decision was the right thing to do. The people who elected me expected me to build a better Brampton for the future, and that's exactly what I intend to do. This council will continue to face tough decisions during this term in order to make this city successful. We can't keep deferring difficult decisions like past councils. Perhaps if we had left that special council meeting on July 8th with a motion giving really clear, specific direction to our staff, maybe we would be in a different place today. I know that some members of this council have already made up their mind and will never be satisfied with the answers that they have received from the experts advising us, whether it be city planning and transit staff, Metrolinx staff, the Ministry of Transportation, or MTO staff. Mr. Clerk, I am recommending that all members of council submitting any outstanding questions for the previously mentioned transit and planning experts to be submitted no later than Wednesday, September 9th at 5 p.m. Staff have indicated a willingness to facilitate and ensure that all remaining questions will be responded to council no later than Monday, September 14th at 5 o'clock. After receiving responses to all questions, and after listening to the delegations of our residents and businesses for a second time on this issue at a special council meeting on September 16th being held at the Rose Theatre, I will be calling the question. If at that time this council indicates it's not willing or unable to vote on this issue, I feel it is in the best interest of all residents of Brampton that I ask city staff to put in motion the mechanisms required to call a citywide referendum under the Municipal Act. If this council can't make a decision, we will go to our residents and see whether or not they support the Huron-Ontario-Maine LRT transit surface route to the Brampton GO station. Council, irrespective of what happens on the 16th, I campaigned on a promise to get us back to the table on transit issues. This council has for months now been paralyzed and unable to get on with the important business of our city. Council, you're at the table with the province, and it's time to make a decision. Mr. Clerk, I ask that the acting mayor take my position while this issue is being debated.
Members of council, the acting mayor for September is Councillor Sprovieri, who's on vacation. So under council's procedural rules, we go to the next member who's in line, and that is, according to the agenda, Councillor Bowman.
Okay, well, that was kind of surprising, but we'll make the best of it, I guess, and move forward. We have a report covering item C1 from the city's purchasing agent, Mr. Peter Honeyborn. This report sets out the actions taken since council's decision on August 12th to procure a facilitator for council. The report contains 2 recommendations for council considerations. Is Mr. Honeyborn going to do the report, or
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor and members of council. In the report, in my report, there are some procedures that council would need to adopt for this morning. These procedures are on pages C1 on page C16 and C17. The procedures are based on the rules that were provided to the bidders in the RFP document, and are consistent with those rules in the RFP document. And we would need council to adopt these procedures because they are a little different. Basically, what's going to happen is each bidder will be provided with 15 minutes, and this is going to be strictly timed, 15 minutes to make their presentation, followed by a limited council question period, and the clerk will monitor that. At the conclusion of the question period, and that's an opportunity for members of council to ask questions of the bidder for clarification. At the end of that question period, we will escort, our staff will escort the bidder out of the room and to another location, to another boardroom. They will be sequestered. And then council will have the opportunity to debate the merits of the presentation and the RFP proposal. Followed by that, each member of council will score the proposal that they've seen. Those scores will be provided to me. I'll record them and then provide to the clerk a summary of the scoring for that particular bidder. At the conclusion of the 3 bids, I will then provide the clerk with a summary of all 3 bids on the same piece of paper so we can see who on the screen so we can see who the winning bidder is. And then at that point in time, according to the rules, I will open or show council the cost for the winning bidder. And those are the rules that are set out in the RFP document. As I mentioned, the bidders will be sequestered. So today we have 2 bidders in the room, Lone Given Parsons and Robertson Consulting. Robertson Consulting will be presenting first, followed by Davies Howe, Jeff Davies from Davies Howe. Mr. Davies will be joining us from California via FaceTime, which we have set up for council members. And this will be a live 2-way video conference that will enable Mr. Davies to make his presentation and for you to ask him questions. He will not be connected to our network during any of the other presentations, so he will not be able to see any of those other presentations. Mr. Parsons will be escorted from the chambers at the conclusion of the receipt of my report, and he will be escorted to another boardroom, and we will bring him back when it's his time to present. And again, when Mr. Robertson is concluded, we will escort him from the chambers. And in that way, each of the bidders does not have the opportunity to see another bidder's presentation or see the scoring that's done on an individual basis. However, at the conclusion of the individual scoring, when we present the summary score for all 3 bidders, the bidders that are here are more than welcome to return to council, as it is an open meeting. So that is the procedural rules. The other component of this is the, on the page here in your report, is the evaluation principles. And this is on pages C14 and C15. RFP evaluation principles are principles that staff are required to adhere to at all times when they're evaluating any RFP or tender document. And these principles have been tailored a little bit for council. Other than that, they are the same. And they basically set out the ground rules for conducting an RFP evaluation so that you know how it should be conducted to keep things fair, transparent, and open. So when you're doing your scoring, when you're listening to the RFP presentation, when you've read the proposal, there are 5 criteria that members of council will be evaluating. That is the bidder's profile, their facilitation qualifications and key personnel, their facilitation experience, facilitation references, and facilitation methodology. Staff, without having any input from council, undertook to provide a weight factor in terms of an importance to each of those 5 criteria. And this was also in the RFP document, so all of the bidders knew what the rules were in terms of how this would be evaluated. So we said that profile was worth 5% of the total points, their facilitation qualifications and their key personnel 20%, their facilitation experience 20%, their references 5%, and their methodology, how they would conduct the facilitation workshops and process, worth 50%. The scoring, when I show it to you later, is out of 1,000 points, so 1,000 points is a perfect score, and then based on the score sheets, we'll see where everybody lands. That concludes my component of the meeting at the moment. So the next step is to, I'll hand it back to the clerk for the report, and then we'll start with the bidder presentations, unless any member of council has questions.
Yes. There are questions, yeah. Councillor Gibson?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. So if I read step 2 correctly, once the envelope is opened, because we don't have any prices in front of us, we don't know what the costs are. Once the envelope is opened, then the debate can start again, and council can decide whether it wants to or not wants to accept that winning bid. So, I mean, you know, the cost could be millions of dollars and we don't know it. And is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, that's correct. And if you look at page C17, under step 2, the second bullet point, it does speak to that specific question, Councillor Gibson, where council will consider a motion to award the contract and ask myself, the purchasing agent, to enter into negotiations, and those negotiations may be for price, they may be for the length of time to conduct the facilitation process, any of those components, or not.
Yeah, that's the way I was reading. I wanted to confirm that's what it is. So that's when the decision will be made or not be made to pay that price or the terms of that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Palashi?
Thank you. Through the acting mayor, I would like to maybe the opportunity to move in camera based on some of the comments that were made about this process being flawed, and some questions that I have and maybe members of council have to the city solicitor.
Yeah, I'm not privy to what the questions may or may not involve, but before we move into close, I essentially need to be advised as to what the substance of the deliberations are for us to move into close, or for this council to move into closed.
Well, just based on the mayor's comments about this process being flawed, I don't want the city to be under any liability issue at the end of the day after this is all said and done.
Perhaps we can have a discussion and you can advise me as to why you want to move into closed session. Just based on the mayor's comments, I'm not sure what type of legal advice I can provide to you at this time. There have been no questions posed to us to answer. The mayor has made her introductory remarks, and at this point I'm not prepared to provide legal advice on any type of liability matter. This process hasn't even started under the, further to this report.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, perhaps if the councillor wants to have a sidebar conversation, if he has specific questions with the acting city solicitor, in the meantime, I can go over so it is abundantly clear to all members of council what the special procedural rules will be, because if you did read the report and as outlined by the purchasing agent, their council, if they adopt these special procedural rules, will be putting restrictions on themselves in terms of time limits for asking questions and debating the item as we go through each of the proposals.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Gibson first, yeah.
Councillor Pleshy is going with this, so I'll ask the direct question. In the comments that were made, it was said that one of the proponents created the mayor to be in conflict, and that if that opponent was selected, it could be a serious, I think the words were serious challenge. I don't have the words in front of me, but it could be challenged in this. So I think I think Councillor Plessy's right. We need some advice on whether or not it's good advice from the mayor or not. If we select that person, or I think it was mentioned two of them in the comments, then are we putting ourselves in jeopardy here? I think that's a question that needs to be answered. If you can answer that in open, then fine, answer it in open. But I think I understand where Councillor Pleshy is going with this.
Further to, through you, Mr. Chair, further to Councillor Gibson's comments, if this council wants advice with respect to the issue raised of an individual who perhaps has had discussions with members of council, and if this council wants legal advice about an individual who perhaps was part of one of the, I believe it may have been Metrolinx, if that's what you want legal advice about, and whether or not there may be ramifications flowing from a decision if either one of those two are appointed, we could go into closed session to discuss that. My caution is we may not be able to answer your questions fully today. We are just given these questions now. So we can go into closed to have a discussion, but I'm not sure how thorough our answers can possibly be at this point.
Councillor Miles, did you want to?
Need to be discussed, so I would second Councillor Paleshi's motion to move in camera.
Okay. So, Mr. Clerk, we've got a motion on the floor.
So, Mr. Acting Chair, it's a procedural motion to move into closed session to receive advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. And there's a proper motion on the floor.
Okay. So we've got to, do we vote? Okay, all in favor of the motion to move into closed session? Carried. All opposed? No, carried. Thank you. So we will recess until we come back in. Thank you. Okay, we are now back in session. Sorry for the delay. Hopefully we can move on in a timely manner now. I will go back to Mr. Honeyborn. You were speaking before we decided to go into the closed session. Do you have any more comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. The final point I would like to make for members of council is when you're conducting your evaluation of the proposals and the presentations, and you're looking at the 5 criteria and you're going to score them afterwards, if I can refer you to pages C1-37 and C1-38 in your agenda material, those pages outline the types of things that the bidders were required to respond to with respect to these 5 criteria. So on page C137, there's an outline of what they respond to with respect to their profile and their facilitation qualifications and key personnel. On C1-38, there's bidders' facilitation experience, facilitation references, and facilitation methodology. These are basically the details of what they were to respond to as part of their RFP submission, and that's what you would be looking to evaluate as part of the proposal and the presentations. So thank you.
Okay. Councillor Pleshy, are you on the board new, or was that okay?
I'll ask it now anyways. Just to the solicitors for clarification. A simple question just requires a simple yes or no answer. Is this RFP flawed in any way?
Councillor, we just came out of close where we've had discussions about issues in the RFP. We're not in a position in open to decide or to opine on this question. If you want to go back into close, we could have a discussion, but we're not here to opine in open whether this process is flawed or not. I think there's been
There were
a lot of discussion.
There were questions in camera that was seeking legal advice as to comments that were made. But I think that it's for complete transparency and open to let the public know that this RFP that we're going into it's a simple question. I don't think that it's solicitor-client privilege.
When you're asking questions of me in open session, when I'm answering your question that requires legal advice, then yes, this is solicitor-client privilege. We've already had lengthy discussions in closed. If council wants to go back, we can go back and revisit.
You finished, Councillor Pleshy? Any more questions?
No, I guess not.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Moore?
Thank you. I'm going to try a different way. Through you to, I guess, Peter Honeyborn. Have the rules of the RFP been clear and clearly communicated? Have they been consistently and fairly applied to all 3 of the proponents? And have the 3 proponents complied with all of the rules of the RFP?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I see no more questions. We have a motion.
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, there is 3 recommendations that are in the report, item C1, and a motion hasn't been placed yet. So the suggestion was that the recommendation 2 in that report sets out a set of evaluation principles which are described in the report to guide the council's evaluation of the respective bidder proposals, and staff recommendation 3 sets out special procedural rules as described in the report to that they be adopted for the decision-making process in council's consideration and decision for facilitation. So if council wishes to consider those or not, it's before council.
Okay.
But there is no motion moved at this time.
Would somebody like to move the motion to accept Mr. Honeyborn's presentation and the guidelines laid out? 1, 2, 3. Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor Dillon. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. As council has adopted its special procedural rules for the meeting, we will now proceed to the proposal presentations from the bidders. This portion of the meeting shall be conducted in public in accordance with the open meeting provisions of the Municipal Act 2001 and council's procedural bylaw. Each bidder is permitted a maximum 15-minute time period for the presentation with no extensions. The clerk will use the timer to track and guide time limits. In between each proposal presentation and evaluation, there may be an opportunity for a short pause to allow one bidder to exit the meeting and the other bidder to attend the meeting. As a reminder, all completed individual member evaluation scoring sheets for each proposal and the total scores for each bidder proposal that will publicly be announced during the meeting are public meeting records available for public access at the conclusion of the council meeting upon request. So the first presenter is Mr. Peter Robertson, Robertson Consulting. Welcome, Mr. Robertson. You have 15 minutes for your proposal presentation, and the clock will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning to council. I got off to a pretty rough start in that the last time I was here, we were talking about the Pan American Games, and council had turned down the Pan American Games, and silly me, I was trying to resurrect it. And I should have known better, because when the CEO came forward and spoke before the delegation, I knew I was dead. If you don't have a chance to speak before the CEO, you know that the fix is in. And today, the mayor said that in the newspaper, and said today, and excused herself, that I had a conflict of interest. That's a pretty stiff hill to climb. I'm telling you that conflict of interest means, to me, a pecuniary interest. I have no pecuniary interest in the LRT. In my presentation to you, I showed you, I hope you've read it all, that on different occasions I've had 5 different routes that I think would be suitable. So neither one nor the other is my preferred route. So neither pecuniary or a preferred route is where I stand. I'm here to try to facilitate the process. And rather than deal with the mayor's comments, I have my notes of that meeting where I did come and see her. If you want to question me on what the content of the meeting was, I'm more than happy to do that, but rather than cut into my time, I'd like you to do that, if you could, at question time, the following my presentation. So let me begin. Many of you know me as a resident since 1968 in Brampton, a taxpayer, a former politician and mayor for 3 terms, and a professor at the University of Toronto for 25 years, and a person who loves the city of Brampton. My kids still live in this community. So does my wife. we're sorry that Carabram has dropped down from 20 pavilions to 10, but that was part of the Robertson tradition, where we promoted a multicultural fabric of the community, of getting people together. My bid happens to be free of charge. I don't know that you know that, but I'm not here asking for any money. My secretary, my former secretary, some of you might know.
Excuse me, Mr. Robertson, I need to call a point of order here.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, the bid document was very clear that the bidders were not to speak about the cost of their proposal during their presentation. This was a very clear rule within the bid document.
Well, I apologize for that. I'm just clarifying that Eileen Traynor is getting paid a modest sum for preparing her work, but I apologize, Peter. I heard Grant Gibson ask the question, and I thought it was not clear. If I broke the rules, it wasn't intentional. It just went to say that I'm here because I'm a citizen. I believe that there's something an elder can do. I'm 76 years old. I am no threat to any politician anymore. I'm not even a threat to my family or my neighbors. In the old tradition of the Native people, they sometimes show respect and attempt to glean out the wisdom of their elders, and hopefully I can prove to you that I have a little bit of common sense and let's call it wisdom in a complimentary way. I believe in a city building vision. I think it's been lost in the last particular term of council. I don't know why, but the careful work that was done on strategic planning and the official plan, somehow many parts of that have got discombobulated. And I think one of the main things that I would try to do is do some visioning exercises that would help you see how does an LRT, or how could an LRT pull together that city and make it, in the next 30 to 50 years, the city that we were all striving to make happen. I believe there's some missing parts to the puzzle, particularly the financial ones. If you can imagine being granted 25% of the funding of the project, that's grossly unfair. Terry Miller, in his article that I put forward to you, even Terry says that Hazel must have had her finger in the pie to negotiate where Brampton gets 25%. I dealt with that lady where she was trying to stick us with the next landfill site, and you had to be pretty sharp to make sure that she didn't get the best of you most of the time. Every infrastructure project is based on 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. You can't leave it up to Metrolinx to go after the 1/3 funding from the feds. Justin Trudeau was in town just recently. Where were we, whether we were Conservative, NDP, or Liberal, meeting with Justin to say, would you help fund your one-third. Mr. Harper is going to be in Mississauga on the 8th of this month. Which members of this council are going to go with the mayor and get the one-third promise? I went to an NDP rally with Mr. Mulcair here in Brampton, just to hear what the man had to say. And I had an opportunity, not a good one, but to ask, is there a chance that you're going to fund the LRT? And he said, not in those words, but he said, infrastructure money is going to come more to the cities of Canada than they ever came before, because that's the policy of the NDP. So you got to get together as a group, a consensus, and get that one-third funding. I'd like to get on with the show here. I got carried away. I don't think you can see. We dim the lights a little bit? The first picture is a little bit fun. The top one is a Model T Ford. That's great. Thanks, Earl. The city we're trying to build has a spine going east and west as well as the north and south one. It's called the Queen Street Corridor. I left politics 15 years ago, and since then, about 6 high-rise buildings have been built on the east-west corridor. That's pretty slow. In fact, who wants the entire Queen Street corridor to have high-rise buildings? I seem to like the way Paris is built, where the maximum is a 6-story built form. Maybe you could see a livable, walkable community that has some high-rise, but also has some parks and some mixed retail and business combined in neighborhoods where you can walk to work and shop and get to a park. And that's all made possible with a light rail transit or the Zoom buses that ultimately are going to connect through the hubs with the LRT. Here's my guarantee. I would not suggest a personal route, but I would use some problem solving, some managing of dialogue, some public affirmation, some trust building exercises and team building. When somebody is excluded from a group of council, it has a devastating effect on the interworkings of the community. So I'd like to do some inclusion, exclusion activities. And power is terribly destructive. But if power is shared, it's a wonderful thing. So I'd like to show you how power can be shared or can be devastating. And of course, end up with consensus building exercises so that each member of council can find their own best way to make Made in Brampton route, not just for today, but also for tomorrow. So here's a part of the puzzle I think is missing. You can't shy away from Brampton putting some skin in the game. And you've made a promise, and I respect that you're not going to raise taxes. And you can put money in the game without raising taxes. If you picked some strategic pieces of land, and in my presentation I showed them to you, and I got a reasonable answer back from staff saying that council hasn't agreed to sell any land, so you couldn't be specific. But surely, if we're building a hospital, a new healthcare facility where the Peel Memorial Hospital was, you'd want Clark Boulevard to connect to Eastern Avenue, and the city owns a piece of land right in that route. Surely you'd want to sell that piece of land with a designation that says, leave the roadway and develop both sides of the road. If you know the Heritage Theatre like I know the Heritage Theatre, it's an old building. It is historic, but it's not such a good picture of the Heritage Theatre, but the Heritage Theatre has really bad foundations, and it's in a strategic place. Can you imagine that and the Beaux-Arts being a parking garage down below grade and a hotel above grade, and the hotel connecting to the Rose Theatre? Then you have a convention center in the downtown. Here's my promise, not to suggest a preferred route, but to create a climate of trust, deal with the missing parts of the puzzle, and then to withdraw from the process. When I withdraw from the process, I would be confident that I've done my part to be an elder, caring citizen of the city and encourage council to determine, not by just one vote, but by a healthy majority of 2/3 or 3/4, a consensus of the best made in Brampton LRT route. Did you say my time was up, or?
It is now.
Okay, I was going to talk a little bit about the university and other things.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robertson. Each member is now permitted a maximum of 3 minutes each to ask questions of Mr. Robertson. If members have questions, please add your name to the list, and I will go down the list as follows. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Acting Chair. How you doing, Mr. Robertson? It's always a pleasure to see you, and
Thanks, Martin.
just wanted to say thank you again for expressing...
Last time we talked about the university.
Yep. So just a couple of questions I have. One question is regarding the proposed Hurontario route for Metrolinx. Have you ever publicly come out and stated support or against it? Have you stated any public opinion regarding the Hurontario route?
I've been to all the meetings publicly. I've filled out the brochures or forms that I was supposed to. One staff member eventually got back to me and talked to me about it. I have, over the case of 4 or 5 years, selected what I thought was the best route, and over those periods, I've selected 5 different routes. So I don't have a preference.
Okay. And just in terms of my second question, in terms of some of your strategies in terms of facilitation.
Speak louder, I'm
Yeah,
hard to hear.
no problem. My apologies. Just in terms of the facilitation role, one of the things that I'm skeptical about is that when you talk about facilitation, there has to be some common interest there. There has to be some points of, reference where the two parties can come together. At this point, my perception is that there's really two opposing views basically about an LRT in terms of the route. But trying to find that facilitation, where do you think there's some possibility, or where do you think there might be some, agreement or some opportunity for us to sort of come to some form of, mutual sort of opinion? It seems to be, from my perception again, is that everybody seems to want LRT. So that's our point of basis. So what's your perception of how we go forward?
Martin, what I tried to say, but obviously didn't say it clear enough, that unless we vision the city of the future 30 years from now, how many apartment buildings are around the Bramalea city center? 35. where is an office node going to happen? Likely where the big white elephant is at the 410, the dome glass. You can't have a big factory in the middle of town. It's right ready for development of an office core. What's going to happen to the downtown core? How is this city, Bramalea and Brampton, going to be tied together with a corridor? For 20 years we've been talking about the corridor.
Okay,
A university.
I'm going to have to cut you off, Mr. Robertson. It's 3 minutes, unfortunately.
A university on 65 acres at one end. Unless you vision that, you can't possibly get this
Okay.
through.
Okay.
Start talking about
Okay.
where an LRT should go.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry,
Robertson.
Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Dillon.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your presentation, Mr. Robertson, and thank you for coming. Just a couple quick questions. Your 5 routes, on what, did you come up with these 5 routes yourself? And is the Huron-Ontario Main included in one of those 5 routes?
Each of the routes has been defined by the Metro Links. One was going to Sheridan College and up to McLaughlin and the Flowertown campus and then to the GO train. One was the existing route up Main Street. Another one was up going along Steeles and up Rutherford Road. So one was the Valley route. So all of the routes have been discussed by Metrolinx and evaluated by staff and Metrolinx. I just looked at them independently in my own way.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that it, sir?
Yes.
Okay. I don't see any other questions on the board. So unless anyone has any, oh, sorry, Councillor Willens.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Robertson. Could you just give quickly a quick, brief profile of your company?
Again, I didn't...
Sorry, just a quick, brief profile of your company and your facilitation experience.
Okay, I thought I detailed about 6 or 7 facilitations I did do. The main role that we're doing is, at the present time, we have a contract with Energy from Waste over in Ethiopia and Uganda. That's hardly a facilitation role. One particular facilitation I did or attempted to do is Redcliffe was attempting to build an apartment building for many, many years in the Heart Lake area. And it was contentious in that a residential community of single-family homes didn't want 1 or 2 high-rise towers there. And so I got together Paul Paleschi and John Corbett and Redcliffe and tried to vision how could we have a lower-rise townhouse, maybe 3 or 4, maybe 5-story complex, no towers. And we had lunch at attempted to get something going, and it wasn't successful. But at least we had the meeting and the attempt was there. I did something with the region of Peel in Brazil. My wife and I went to Brazil and with CEDA, the funding mechanism of the federal government, we attempted to get money for street children and we were successful. We were able to get a Roman Catholic priest and the Knossos University there, and the following year, so money went down instead of being laundered by the banks or corrupt military government. The Canadian government was smart enough to know that we should get money to the street kids in a different way. So those are just a couple of examples. I wrote up many other in my brief to you, to Mr. Rock.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Robertson. I have no other speakers on the board here, so...
I'd like to address if somebody would.
Well, no, unfortunately, we can't take any other questions. You will now be escorted back to the assigned meeting room for the bidders and give us a few minutes here to chat and discuss.
Thanks, John.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks, council, for your opportunity to come forward.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. Council, this proposal is now before council to debate the merits of the proposal and the presentation. Each member is permitted a maximum of 5 minutes with no extension to speak to council regarding the bidder's proposal. After this debate concludes, each member will individually score the proposal on the evaluation scoring sheet provided to the specific bidder. If the members wish to speak regarding this proposal, please add your name to the list and we will take them in order. So, do I have any speakers on the proposal? Okay. Seeing none, all members have had the opportunity, if they wished, to speak for this proposal. The scoring sheet is green. Please complete in full the evaluation scoring sheet for the bidder and sign the bottom of the form, please. Signal to the clerk's office when you have finished, and your score sheet will be collected and provided to the purchasing agent to calculate the average total score. So will the next bidder see the score? Oh, isn't that down there? It'll just be one more minute.
Following the Jays, anything?
No. God, no. Not enough room for the other battery.
It was a good, it's nice seeing all the folks get together watching. I was always a Paso baseball. I go every year, every couple of years with my son. I think my son likes, souvenirs and buying pretzels and everything. But it was always like a good time, right? It is crazy to see them. It's good for business.
Mr. Chairman, just for your and council's information, the work has been done associated with the evaluation. Just we're having difficulty in actually communicating from there onto the screens. So the clerk's office will advise you of the final number, and we'll continue to work on it, try and get it up on the screen. But the math was done.
Okay, so Mr. Honeyburn, as the purchasing agent, can you please tell council the total average score for the proposal?
I can. It's 298 out of 1,000.
Okay. Could you repeat that, please, so that we can all make sure we've got the right number?
298, 298.
Right.
Out of a possible 1,000.
Out of a possible 1,000, thank you. We'll now take a moment to prepare for the next bidder, presentation and evaluation, which will be Mr. Jeff Davies of Davies Howe Partners, LLP. I'm sorry, Mr. Honeyborn?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, the next bidder is Mr. Jeff Davies from Davies Howe Partners.
Right.
He is not making an actual presentation. He is going to invite discussion and questions regarding the proposal that he provided to council. He is joining us via FaceTime.
So will we be skipping the presentation and going to the same procedures and guidelines for questions, 5 minutes max and 3 minutes? Okay.
Okay, so we've notified him. It's just a matter of taking him into account. It's supposed to be there.
Hello.
Hello, sir. How are you today?
I'm well. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you very much for joining us. Now, normally you would have 15 minutes to make your presentation, but I understand you'd rather just sort of field questions from council?
Yes. First of all, thank you for taking the time to meet with me this way. And what I would say is that I put a considerable amount of effort into the preparation of the proposal. And rather than walking through that again, I thought it would be more effective for you to go directly to questions and discussion. I just thought that would be more interesting and more productive.
Okay, thank you very much. Each member is now permitted a maximum of 3 minutes to ask questions of Mr. Davies. If you have a question, please put your name on the board and I will go through each individually. So first up, we have Councillor Miles.
Thank you very much. Mr. Davies, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can. I'm going to try to turn it up a little bit, but I can't hear you.
Okay, thank you very much for your proposal. Your experience and your company profile speaks for itself. Where I would like to have a clearer understanding is the facilitation methodology that you think will be able to help bring this council to a consensus. So that's my first question. My second question is in regards to the timing of 6 weeks. Council actually has a date set for a meeting of September the 16th. If you had to finish your facilitation process by that date, how would you manage?
How would I manage?
Yeah. So So first question is methodology, second question is being able to keep to a time frame of basically 2 weeks.
Okay. Well, I'm getting a little feedback here. I don't know if you are in terms of an echo. So I'm just, if that bothers you, please tell me.
No, you're okay.
Anyway, okay, so with regard to methodology, and I think I at least hinted this in my proposal, I think the first important thing to ensure that all members of council have a reasonably good educational background with respect to the LRT, because if we go into it and I'm not saying this is the case, but I think it's important to establish it from the beginning that everyone has a sufficient base level of understanding. And so part of my methodology would be to test that and ideally meet with some of the counselors either in small groups or in brief one-on-one meetings, and if appropriate, kick off the meeting with a neutral presentation from the experts on all the technical things to make sure we're all starting on the same factual background. And then from there, the second aspect of my methodology would be to try to identify, and this may seem obvious to you, but it's more removed for me, identify the different groups or factions on council. And I would want to...
Mr. Davies, sorry, I've got to cut you off because we have a 3-minute time limit. So
okay.
There will be other questions, and I'm sure
okay.
we'll be able to answer some of the
okay.
questions. So thank you, Councillor Miles. Next up on the board is Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you. I'll just re-ask Councillor Miles's time frame question.
Okay, so with regard to the time frame, what I would do is separate the different groups and really plumb the differences between them. The differences on technical matters, matter of principle, any other categories, and have a very hard discussion with the different groups separately, because I think that will accelerate the facilitation for me to get the differences out, because I found that if everyone is in the same room at the same time, that there can be a lot of dancing on the heads of needles and people are reluctant. I'm not saying that would be the case here, but in most cases it's hard to get the real points of difference out while everybody is in the same room. So I think that would be the key thing. Then pull the group back together. I would inventory the points of differences, try to determine on each point the degree of whether we need more education, whether it's technical, whether it's political, what it is, and then try to get the groups talking again. Probably I would separate them again and try to talk turkey as much as possible with them on each point to see whether there's principle-based movement. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Moore.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us. My questions are, you're kind of describing a little bit like a negotiation, and I'm not sure that that's what this is, although maybe that's what it's going to end up being. You know, it's to move us all towards a center position, or what Councillor Paleshi identified as a made in Brampton solution. But on that point, what's your understanding of what the different opinions are around the table, because you may have some that have strong feelings for, strong feelings against, but there may be other councillors who are more prepared to participate and find that middle ground. So when you describe putting people in different rooms, I'm not sure how that moves us to the middle, if there is in fact a middle.
If I understand the question, you're asking me to explain the points of difference?
Yes. What's your understanding of the different positions around the table?
Well, you know, my understanding is that, and this may seem trite, but that that it's obviously on the alignment. And when I read the materials, I thought that there is a really substantial body of technical material, and I thought that if you select me, that it will be very efficient for me in getting together with people to cut to the chase and get to the differences. So I come to it at this point with quite an open mind, and I don't have a distilled list of points of differences. That may disappoint you, but from my point of view, I think that's the most appropriate way going in.
No, I'm not disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you for you, Acting Chair. Mr. Davies, one of the, I think this, one of the issues around the table, and this is a third party who's not going to be at the table and is not going to be able to participate in facilitation, is the province. So they have an announcement, there's money on the table for one of the routes. To discuss anything else without going to the province and saying, having been and having spoken directly to the minister, that's a major factor in the decision making. So it's really hard to come to facilitation where I'm not sure what steps you will take to try to get some form of written confirmation from the province that money will be applied to a different strategy. So it's almost, it's very difficult for us to find a point of reference when you also have to engage with a third party within the timelines also stipulated.
So I ask the question, how do you deal with third parties?
Well, because that's a game changer as well, and that's a major factor of the decision making.
Right. Well, if I can turn it into a question and let me do that, and if I get it wrong, tell me. The way I take the question at the highest level is how do I deal with the externalities, in this case specifically being the province? Yep. And my answer would be as realistically as possible. I can't believe I'm getting it. Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Okay. That will go away. Hopefully the picture will come back. Yeah. Anyway, okay. So as realistically as possible, and I think that if we can narrow it down to some very tight points, we can find a way to discuss it with the province. There are ways, and I would have to learn more about the existing channels of communication that you have now and how they bear on it, because you can't simply open a discussion with the province and assume that it's a clean slate. There's obviously history and perhaps baggage here, and that has to be understood. So what I would do is I would try to understand it as much as possible, and as a facilitator, help you move it forward. And perhaps actually taking the assignment of moving it forward is not something I saw within the original terms of reference that you gave, which was to facilitate among yourselves. But I think I can be helpful there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Anybody? Seeing none? No? Okay. Seeing none, we thank you very much. Question period is now over. Thank you, Mr. Davies. And the video conference will end now. Thank you very much for taking the time to
Okay,
join us.
if I can just say thank you all, and I wish you well in your deliberations.
Thank you. We're good? Go ahead now, Peter. Okay. Council, this proposal is now before you. To debate the merits of the proposal and presentation, each member is permitted a maximum of 5 minutes with no extension to speak to council regarding the bidder's proposal. After this debate concludes, each member will individually score the proposal on the evaluation scoring sheet provided for the specific bidder. If members wish to speak regarding this proposal, please add your name to the list and we will take those in order. Anybody wish to speak to the proposal? Seeing, yep, Councillor Medeiros.
To reconfirm, I think, what Councillor Miles has raised, just within the time span, the approach of a 6-week to defer this even further, I think it's just really, it really just begs to ask, you know, I think one of the limits was that we would make a decision by September 16th. So actually, I'm not sure, you know, what would be proposed in terms of just prolonging this. And I have concerns around the fact that he, you know, understanding that it's going to be a technical briefing, but for him to get the level of information and to get all that and to even have the time availability to meet with us, it's going to be an extremely difficult task. So I'll just register that comment.
Okay, anybody else? Okay. So members, please complete in full the regarding scoring evaluation sheet for this bidder. I'm sorry? Oh, okay, sorry. Please signal to the clerk's office once you have finished, and your score sheet will be collected and provided to the purchasing agent to calculate the total average score. And I believe we are working on the gray sheet. Okay, thank you. Blue, sorry. Thank you. Mr. Honeyborn, are you ready to report? Can you please tell council the total average score for this proposal? Oh, apparently it will pop up on the screen.
So, Mr. Acting Mayor, the score for Davies Howe Partners is 659 out of a possible 1,000 points.
Thank you very much. I will now take a moment to prepare for the next bidder, his presentation and evaluation scores. Welcome, Mr. Parsons. How are you? Good. Okay. You're our third bidder presentation, and you have 15 minutes for your proposal presentation. The clock will begin once you start speaking.
Now, well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting us to be here. It's really an honor to be considered for this job. It's a very important one, we think, for Brampton, and we're very glad to be here. Before I start, I just wanted to say a couple of things, though, or two things, partially because I was sitting there as the earlier part of the meeting was going on. The first is that the role of a facilitator, at least the way I define it, is not to impose their ideas of what a solution might be. So the facilitator needs to be content neutral, needs to be knowledgeable about the subject, but not try to push any particular idea. The role of the facilitator is to create the conditions for a decision and to help the group work their way through that, but it's not really to say, this is my idea, or that's a bad idea, this is a good idea. So that's, with that, I'll start. So I've just got 4 simple slides here. The first is, what are the conditions for a successful outcome? And again, these are pretty obvious, but I think they need to be said, I believe. The first is a commitment to make a decision, which sounds pretty obvious, but if there's not a desire to make a decision out of the process, then it's not probably going to come to a successful conclusion. There are many different viewpoints and facts and so on that have to be dealt with, but there has to be a commitment, first of all, to make a decision. The second thing is that there has to be clarity around the options. There's been a lot of work done by the council, and I've read some of the consulting work that was done particularly by SNC and some of the others. But there's more to it than just the technical aspects, and all of these factors have to be brought into play so that the group, as it comes together to make a decision, just has to have a common understanding of exactly what as best as possible, what the options actually are, and what the different kinds of unknowns and impacts or conditions around some of those options might be. Third is, again, pretty obvious, it's got to be a respectful process. Otherwise, again, it won't come to a successful outcome necessarily. There's a lot of positions and history and so on, and those things have to be put aside for the facilitated workshop. And fourthly, we need a long perspective. Politics, if I can say so, tends to be a little bit more short-term in its perspective. But when you're talking about a transformational decision and transit, you have to take a very long-term view. It's not just what's going to happen in the short term, what's going to happen in the medium term, and what's in the long term. This decision on the LRT is a 50-year or more decision, and you have to approach it that way. Oops. So, I think there are 3 things that need to be considered that kind of encompass the totality of the facts here. The first is the regional and also the local transit objectives. The LRT project is essentially part of, at least from a Metrolinx perspective, is part of a regional system. We need to understand what those objectives are exactly, and also the local transit objectives and how they link together. The second thing is we need to go back to, as a group, I think, and again, everybody knows this already, but we just have to structurally go back to it, back to Brampton's long-term policies, its planning policies, and the long-term vision. To a certain extent, it seems that some of the issues around this decision are not really transit decisions. They're or not a transit issue. It's an issue around what exactly is the long-term vision for the city. So we need to go back and confirm what that is and what it may not be. The third, obviously, is that what are Brampton's fiscal policies and expectations? Some of the decisions may involve different types of financial obligations and also benefits for the city, and how do these play in the decision-making process? So the tasks, basically 5 we've outlined here. The first thing is preliminary interview, if you will, or pre-meeting with councilors. I think this is a bit unusual because it's a public process as well as a private one, but it's carried out in the public domain. But the facilitator needs to know exactly what the positions are of the people around the table. And sometimes that's easier to do one-on-one. Could be a group meeting as well, but it could play either way. But the important thing is, exactly what are the positions that everybody has, and what are the things that are kind of the strongly held constituents of those positions, and what are things that are less strongly held. And what assumptions are being made about the fiscal policies and the overall vision for the city. The second thing is to review the documents in the context. I don't think that, just from what I've seen, is that we need to go outside and do more studies. I think that there's a lot of studies that have been done. There's very technical studies that have been done, and I think that what the facilitator needs to do here is go through that process, get up to the same speed as everybody else, and summarize that material for use in the meeting later on that defines each one of the options. The third thing is clarifying the Metrolinx position. Metrolinx obviously is an instigator of this. They have said that this particular piece of infrastructure is important or essential to a long-term transit strategy, regional transit strategy. So we need to just kind of confirm what their position actually is, particularly when it comes to things like how much latitude do they have in their own view of technical view of the options. Try as best as possible to get an understanding of what the financial views are, and also to understand practical things like, what if there's a delay? What if the decision is not to do anything right now? What's the risk of losing that budget money and so on? So that's the third thing that we would want to do. Again, this isn't so much a technical issue, but it's what at a policy and strategic level is Metrolinx's position. The fourth thing is to prepare a package of materials for the meeting that includes all of this. That's not volumes, but really focuses down on what the essential issues are. And then, of course, number 5 is the facilitated meeting with councilors. And I've called this a meeting with councilors rather than a facilitated meeting of council. But that is the actual point at which we try to search together to broaden the areas of consensus, narrow areas of disagreement, find out what's behind different points of view, and see if we can come to a consensus, or not a consensus necessarily, but a decision. So why us? I think I was hearing a little bit about why not us earlier, but first of all, we have experience in facilitating meetings and workshops. We've been involved in difficult questions before. We have knowledge of transit issues and infrastructure, which I think is important. We've got expertise in planning and economics, a long history of collaboration working here in Brampton. We know the city from that perspective. Unique knowledge of Metrolinx policies and processes. As you all know, I was a director of both Go Transit and Metrolinx, and understand their thinking, most of their thinking, at least as of 2 years ago. But I think that is important here. And I'm quite confident in the outcome. I think everyone around the table knows that a decision has to be made, and that's really the bedrock of this whole process. And I believe that we have a process in our, there's a little bit more of this in our proposal, but I'm confident that we can come to a productive outcome. And hopefully that productive outcome means a decision. It has to mean a decision in some form. So that's, in a nutshell, that's why I'm here, and delighted to answer questions, specific questions you may have about our proposal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parsons. Myron, thank you very much. Each member is now permitted a maximum of 3 minutes to ask questions of Mr. Parsons. If a member has questions, please add your name to the list, and I will just go down the list. And I should warn you, as with previous bidders, we do cut you off at 3 minutes. So
it counts.
Okay. Councillor Miles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parsons, for your presentation this morning. It's quite apparent that you have a good understanding of the background information and where we are as a council. I think that's very positive. We are at this moment sitting in a position where it's the 2nd of September and we have a council meeting scheduled for the 16th of September. So my question to you is, how do you get us through this process in 14 days?
That is a really, really good question. It's not impossible to do it in that time frame, but actually, if you look at our proposal, I proposed a longer time frame to get around that. I think that I don't think this is a long process from getting the facilitator and the context ready for the meeting. But I think that the 14 days, frankly, is a very, very short time frame. And the thing that I would fear the most is that there just isn't enough time to prepare properly, get the information together, put it in a form that is objective and that everybody is comfortable with. And I'm concerned about the 14 days. If you put a gun to our head and said, it's got to be 14 days, that we would find a way to do it. But my recommendation would be to actually have this meeting a little bit later on. Not a lot later on, but a little bit, if that's possible.
So a follow-up question then is, when you talk about preparing for the meeting, are you talking about you as facilitator getting up to snuff and preparing for the facilitation meeting, or getting members of council up to snuff?
Yes, thank you for that too. Both. You know way more than any facilitator does about this issue, and so the facilitator's got to come up to snuff, as you say. But it's also important, I think, very important for the facilitator to take an objective look at the options and the various information that's already good information that's been put together, and kind of condense that in a form that can be discussed very efficiently at a facilitated meeting. So I think that with respect that it's also the councilors need to come up to, I wouldn't say up to snuff, but need to be familiar with the issues and the pros and cons. And as I said earlier, reflecting on this, I was wondering whether the issue is, or how much of the issue is of transit and transportation, really, and how much of it is the long-term vision of Brampton. And what I expect will happen, because of some knowledge of both, is that we may find that there's kind of gaps, if you will, or areas.
Oh, I've got to cut you off right there. Okay, sorry about that. Councillor Gibson.
Mr. Acting Mayor. Lee, you mentioned the relationship with Metrolinx, and here it's not a matter of whether or not there's going to be an LRT, it's a matter of the alignment. That's what we're basically arguing about. I haven't heard any council member say they didn't want LRT. So you mentioned your relationship with Metrolinx. Can you explain to us what that was and whether or not you would have any bias within that? I'm giving you the opportunity now to let us know. I'll put it at that and let you expand to it.
Thank you. The only bias I guess I would have, which I don't think is really a bias, is that I really, really think that this LRT is important and this decision is important, and it has to come to ground, and things have to start to work to implement it. At Metrolinx on the board, I was one of the people that actually voted in favor of this project. And the issue from a Metrolinx perspective, or at least from a board perspective, was a large investment in infrastructure that connected two lines together, and two GO lines together. And the issue of how it was going to be done, routing and so on, were to be, I wouldn't say, well, yes, I would say to be determined. And so the decision that I was involved in was supporting the idea of the LRT, and I certainly, if you call that a bias, so the non-decision is something I would disagree with, personally.
So not the alignment, but the idea?
Yeah.
Is what?
Yes.
So you never got to that point of the actual?
No, certainly not at the board level. If I have 30 seconds. One of the things that we discussed I'd just be mindful of other confidentiality, I guess, is the issue of what happens if a municipality doesn't want an investment, hypothetically. And the answer to that is that there's lots of municipalities that want the investment. There's a limited amount of money for things. There's an unlimited amount of projects that are good projects that are available within the, within the GTA. And I think that a municipality has to be, this is just a personal view, but a municipality's got to be careful about trying to delay a decision in a protracted way, assuming that somehow the money will stay there. That's.
I don't think there's any question that we want the money. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Moore?
I'm going to let you use my 3 minutes to finish answering Councillor Miles' question. If you recall where you left off, you were leading it somewhere about it being a transportation decision, but it's not one-dimensional, as I guess I'm using my words, but I'd like to hear if you recall where you left off.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. The transportation decision in terms of engineering and that sort of stuff and even budgeting is fairly straightforward in a way, assuming that the money's all there. But it's a relatively straightforward decision in a certain sense. But I started off saying that the decision is a 50-year or very long-term decision. And it really speaks to the vision that Brampton has of itself, and that's expressed, I suppose, expressed politically in various ways, but more to the point, from a technocrat's point of view, expressed through official plans, different types of policy that the city has, everything from environment to physical policy. And so we need to dig down into that a little bit. And one of the things I'm personally very interested in is where are the areas, the gray areas, in the vision for Brampton that kind of intersect somehow with the project options. So that was really my point to Councillor.
Thank you. I was letting him use my 3 minutes,
Oh, okay.
That's all. Thanks.
Very nice of you, Councillor Moore. Thank you. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Parsons. Just in terms of sources of information, so we've gone through technical briefings from our staff. We've had information from Metrolinx. Are there other sources of information that you think you'll be using or be reaching out to help sort of come, provide input into how you're going to be facilitating with us? Second question is, how do you deal with, because you talk about the gray areas. I don't see gray areas. I think there's clear different divides and different positions. And respectfully, there's the gray areas is, I'm not sure. So I just, are you prepared, for example, you talk about a productive outcome. What would be a negative outcome in your thinking or in your opinion when two parties clearly can't come to an agreement? Is that something you'd be prepared to, as a facilitator, recognize as well?
Yes, it could be that there's just an intractable conflict and it can never be resolved. You probably noticed in my write-up, one of the things I talked about at the meeting was trying to find, near the sort of latter part of the process, is to kind of put together motions simple motions without prejudice, but they were subject to. In other words, this is somebody's position. If they were to take another position, is there any possible way, any set of conditions where that could possibly be acceptable, even partially acceptable, and then ask the same questions of the other side. So we would go, I think that's one of the ways to go through it. As far as a negative decision or a non-decision, that certainly is possible. And I think that the job of facilitator, frankly, is to not be afraid of a non-decision, but really to make sure that everything humanly possible is done to try to bring various sides together. And I think I still have confidence in the process that everybody wants to do the right thing. I'm sure everybody wants to do the right thing. We just have to see if we can find a common definition of what the right thing actually is. And you mentioned about the black and white and lack of gray areas about policy. Policies are always sort of ephemeral and flexible to a certain extent. But I'd like to, maybe this is just me, but I'd like to go back to what actually, what is the, how does Brampton see itself? And how has that been expressed in documents and decisions over time? And then how do the options, the different ideas about the LRT sort of fit or not fit into those various decisions?
Great place to stop, though, I thought. Yeah. Thank you very much. That was 3 minutes. Good answer, though. Anybody else on the board? Anybody else have any other questions? None at all. So I will declare that question period is now over. Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Parsons, and thank you very much for coming here today to speak to us. Now you will be escorted back to the green room, I guess. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you again, all. Thank you all for inviting me.
Okay, Council, this proposal is now before you to debate the merits of the proposal and presentation. Each member is permitted a maximum of 5 minutes with no extension to speak to Council regarding the bidder's proposal. After this debate concludes, each member will individually score the proposal on the evaluation scoring sheet provided for the specific bidder. If members wish to speak regarding this proposal, please add your name to the list, and we will go down the list accordingly. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you. A question I have for, I think Mr. Honeyborn would be the person most appropriate. Just in terms of the timelines, can we impose timelines being that September 16th is our meeting and facilitation would have to happen within that period? Is that something we'd be able to impose? Or if we go with his proposal or go with him, do we have to adhere to the 2 to 6 weeks time frame he's provided?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, when council decides to make an award of a contract, that award of the contract is subject to negotiations, and at that point in time, council can impose some limits on negotiations, and then we would go and have negotiations. If those negotiations are not successful, based on those limitations council's imposed, then we would come, then I would speak to the clerk about requesting another special council meeting to get further direction from council.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Miles?
Once the decision is made, and I'm assuming we'll make that decision today, about who the facilitator can be, or will be, excuse me, can council at that point have a discussion about timing so that we collectively come to a position as to whether or not we are willing to extend the time frame for facilitation?
Perhaps through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, I can answer that.
Sorry.
The purpose of this meeting is to select the facilitator. Council, a special meeting of council has already been called by the mayor, and that matter in terms of the special meeting is something that could be considered outside this meeting, but is not subject to this meeting.
Okay, so we are sitting then, we don't have time frames anymore, right?
Yeah, you've got 5, but you're only at 1.
Okay, so we're sitting in a position where we're first going to pick a facilitator, and we have a drop-dead date, and we have comments from at least 2 facilitators that the time frame isn't long enough. I do think that council, we cannot put off the decision of deciding whether or not it's long, if we're going to put it off any longer. You understand what I just said? Yeah, like, if we're going to put it off, we need to decide that today. If we're not going to put it off, we need to decide that today, because either way you shake it, we have 2 weeks until the special council meeting. So if it's the feeling of all members of council that we are going to keep to the September 16th timeframe, we need to clearly articulate that to whichever facilitator is chosen. We don't have the luxury of coming back and having that discussion at a later date. And so I do believe it should be part of the discussion today. And if we need to pass something in order to have that discussion, I would ask the clerk to give us that direction so that we can do it. I did notice people kind of shaking their heads when I raised the issue. I think council's got to make that decision so that we can tell the facilitator, and the facilitator then can get on with the job, whether it's going to be 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 6 weeks. So, Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Acting Chair, those are probably questions depending as we get into step 2 of the process, which is when a facilitator is selected based on a winning bid, and what council chooses to do after that.
Okay.
I will say, however, that the Municipal Act and the Procedure Bylaw is very clear that it gives authority to the head of council to call a meeting if he or she sees fit in accordance with the Procedure Bylaw, and that's been fulfilled. It also gives the opportunity for members of council through a petition by majority members of council to also call a special meeting. So there are options.
So you will help us find a way to have this discussion then after we choose a successful facilitator?
Okay. That would have to be put to a vote, correct? Okay. Okay.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
On the same lines as, thank you, lines as Councillor Moore, I think it's very unrealistic to think that anybody we select today is going to have something done in 2 weeks. But it just can't happen. I said this 2 weeks ago when we decided to go down this route. So if I understand what the clerk is saying, should we select somebody today, we could petition. Does the mayor have the ability to just call off the meeting, or do we need to petition to have that happen? So I think if we can't make direction today, then that's what we need to do. I'm not prepared to select anybody today and expect that they're going to do the job in 2 weeks. That's just unrealistic and waste of taxpayers' money, in my opinion. Given a long-term, and I don't want to delay this off anymore, but given at least a few more weeks after that 2-week delay might be a little more realistic, and I could go along with that. But I'm not prepared to throw taxpayers' money out the window if we're putting a gun to somebody's head. Because I don't know what your schedule is, but my schedule is pretty booked up in the next 2 weeks, and I'm assuming everybody's is.
On a point of order, Councillor Gibson is debating the issue.
I thought that's what you just did, isn't that, Councillor Miles?
Okay.
Councillor Miles was asking a question.
Okay, we'll move ahead because we still have to get to the evaluation right now, so. Is there any other questions? Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, members please complete in full the evaluation scoring sheet for this bidder and sign the bottom of the form. Please signal to the clerk's office staff when you've finished, and your score sheet will be collected and provided to the purchasing agent to calculate the average total council score. Thank you. acting purchasing agent, can you please tell council the total score for this proposal?
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. The total score for, Rose, you could put that up on the screen. Mr. Acting Mayor, Malone Given Parsons has 838 out of a possible 1,000 points. And then if we can go to the summary page for all three, and the bottom there where it says total scores out of a possible 1,000 points, so Robertson Consulting 298, Davies Howe Partners 659, and Malone Given Parsons 838 points. So the next step in the procedure then would be to open the pricing for Malone Given Parsons being the winning bid and show that to council. So,
just one second, I just want to make sure that we read what I'm supposed to have here. The bidding process is finished, the evaluations. In accordance with our adopted procedural rules, the bidder with the highest final score and the winning bidder will proceed to step 2. There shall be no other debates on questions on the final scoring. No other bidder shall proceed to step 2 except the bidder with the highest score. So we've already been advised who the final score is, so we will move on to step 2, the bidder price announcement for the final scoring bidder and the council award resolution. Mr. Honeyborn, can you advise council on the pricing?
Okay, Mr. Acting Mayor, this is the pricing submitted by Malone Given Parsons, and the pricing was, the way it was to work was they were to give a price for one full day of a workshop plus all of the preparatory work that was involved thereafter, or to go with that, and the second component of the pricing was to provide a price for each additional workshop day. So the first price is one workshop day and all the preparatory work. Then there's a price for each additional workshop day. So there's their pricing for the first workshop, 1 day, and the preparatory work, including HST. It's $54,030.95. For each additional workshop day, it's an additional $9,310, and then you can see their hourly rates there as well.
Thank you, Mr. Honeyborn. Do any members wish to debate or ask questions of staff regarding this, what we've just seen, on this matter? Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you. For you, Acting Chair, I agree with Councillor Gibson's last comment. My concern is if the facilitator can't do his proposal, or he can't do his job to a certain essence over the 2-week period, there's really, from my perspective, to be spending money like this when we're not going to get a proper outcome, or we're not going to get sort of what has been proposed. I just think that it's not the best sort of use of our funds, and I think the key question goes around again is the dates and the timelines. Because one of the external factors, again, is, I believe, from my opportunity with Councillor Paleshi to have met with the Minister of Transportation, he was pretty clear in saying that in terms of timelines, he would provide in writing when would be sort of a drop date in terms of we get a decision. So that also is sort of a consideration. So I propose that we do not take a facilitator today, and we just vote, and if there's any questions or concerns that councillors still have, that they work with staff to address any questions or concerns that they may have.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Stay on, Councillor Medeiros. Is that a motion you're putting forward?
That could be a motion that I put.
Okay.
So I would say that we do not pick a facilitator today, that because of the time frames of September 16th, there's not enough time as according to the successful bidder, for him to do the proper facilitation in which he hopes to engage over that 2 to 6, because he gave us that 6-week window. So because I don't think we should be spending that money, if we're only going to ask him to do 2 weeks, because I'm not sure what the goal would be if he's not doing a proper facilitation, then we're effectively spending that money, throwing it out the door if there's not going to be a proper facilitation. So I would propose that we do not proceed with this facilitations and that we just go back and we vote on the 16th. And if there's any questions or comments that staff or councillors have in the meantime, they can work with appropriate staff or Metrolinx to get their questions or outstanding issues resolved.
Okay, so do we have that in the form of a...
I don't have it as a motion yet, but it's just my comment that then after. Okay. I'd like to hear what the other comments are from council.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just a comment right now.
But I can provide that motion after, right? After the comments and questions, if I choose to. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, if another motion's moved now,
yep,
then it's voted on first.
You second it? Okay, so I'll put that motion through.
Okay, can you write that up for us?
Yeah, or I'll ask Mr. Frey.
Mr. Acting Chair, so the motion I have moved by Councillor Madero, seconded by Councillor Fortini, is that essentially that the proposal presentations from the three parties be received and that an LRT facilitator not be selected and council not proceed with any facilitation process, and that any questions that individual members may have be provided to staff for response.
Okay. Now we can still have discussion prior to vote?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Gibson.
Just tweeting out that I said, I don't have time for LRT meetings, will tweet out the same thing you just said, because I agree with you. And I didn't say that. I said my calendar's pretty full. I'll make time for this, Mr. Groot. This is an important issue. If we think that we can make this decision in 2 weeks with an arbitrator, I don't see it happening. I know that you guys all have the same calendar I have, because we have meetings coming up. Do we really think we can do it in 2 weeks? I don't think so. So if we're serious, about having an arbitrator, then let's take the time. Let's put something together, as Councillor Miles said, and well, maybe she didn't say it, I'm not sure now, that polls council and puts it off for another 2 weeks if we need to, whatever time we feel we need to have for that person to put something together. Otherwise, let's just not do it. Let's just get on with it and make the decision today. Because it's not realistic, as I said 2 weeks ago, it's not realistic to hire an arbitrator or a facilitator and give them a short period of time like that to get into discussions with us and to make decisions. It just won't happen. And I don't want to waste taxpayers' money by doing that. So if we're serious, then let's take the time to do it. And I know what one of the delegations said about the time period and Metrolinx time period, but at the end of the day, we have to have a time period when we're going to make that decision. This has gone way too long. We need some leadership around this table to put this council together and arbitrate something out. As Councillor Pleshy said, how long ago was that, Michael? How long ago was that? Why did it take so darn long? Now we're having the exact same debate that we had, I think it was 8 weeks ago, something like that.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Miles.
Well, I feel like I keep getting sideswiped. We're down the road and all of a sudden the rug gets pulled out from under us. So, I think that after listening to Mr. Parsons, who obviously scored the highest, that if there is the opportunity for this council to come to a consensus, or at least to bring us closer together on this issue, it's worth it to take the time. And I think the confidence that I have is in the fact that the proponent that we picked knows Brampton, knows the issue, has the experience, knows the personalities, knows the political background, and seems to have the confidence that he can bring us closer together. And I do think if there is the opportunity for us as a group to come together on this issue, we should do it. Let's face it, everybody understands that there is huge gain, a huge amount for the municipality to gain from this issue, and a huge amount for us to lose from this issue. So I don't think that we should not go down that. I do not think that we should try and resolve this without the facilitator, because I don't believe it's going to happen. So if we need more time, I would be willing to support more time, but I would not be willing to support the motion that now we've spent the last 2 months on this whole facilitation issue. We're gonna say no, we're not gonna do it. And you know, it's the fact that we didn't really know what we wanted from a facilitator. That's not unusual, because actually nobody had considered that option until Councillor Peleche put it on the table that night. So we had to work through the issues, and staff had to find the right person. So I don't think that it's time to quit. I think it's time for council to say, okay, let's put our heads together, let's get all of the facts, let's make an informed decision, and let's try and find a way for this group to come together so that we are not so divided at the end of it. I really think, quite frankly, I'm not concerned so much about the division, but I am concerned about making the right decision for this municipality. And I think our only chance at this point, really, is to get the facilitator to try and bring us closer on the issue. So let's ask the mayor, and because I think that's what we have to do through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, to the city clerk. Does council need to make a request of the mayor that the date for the meeting be changed?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, yes, presumably if that's the will of council.
Okay. So how do we let the mayor know what the will of council is if we can't put it on the floor? Can we take a consensus? How do we do that?
So through you,
can I put a motion?
There's a possibility of a motion through you, Mr. Acting Mayor. There is a motion that's properly moved right now that, in effect, is saying stand down the facilitation process. And if that were to carry, then all that's before council right now is, and the meeting is over, there is a special council meeting that's been properly called for September 16th.
Okay. So to members of council, if this motion fails, I would put on the following motions. Number 1, that the firm of Malone Given Parsons be awarded the contract for facilitation, namely Lee Parsons. And second, that based on discussion with the facilitator as to the shortest time frame that this could be achieved, and perhaps in consultation with the province of Ontario, that the mayor be asked to reschedule the council meeting to align with that request. So if that's clear for members of council, what I'm suggesting is number 1, we award the contract to Lee Parsons, and second, that we respectfully request the mayor to change the date for the special council meeting to hear members of the public and to bring forward, if we do have the results of the facilitation process to the public. So that would be my motion. Yes.
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, that motion as placed is contrary to the motion that's been moved. So if the motion fails, then that may be a motion that may be moved to the council.
That's what I'm saying. If it fails, then that's what I would be putting on the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Miles. Councillor Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. I just want to get some clarification, actually, from Councillor Medeiros, and I think Councillor Gibson was along the same lines as you were. Are you suggesting we we don't get a facilitator, and you're suggesting that we take the 2 weeks and have any questions we have answered? Is that what you're saying? So that we do go ahead with September 16th?
Essentially, we only have 2 weeks, because we have, as I know it right now, there's no different dates.
Sorry. Are you finished with your question? Because I've got to turn the floor over to Councillor Medeiros.
Okay, so I just want to make a question as well, a comment as well, that I think you can answer it in a minute, sorry. I think the lines have been, I think, obviously divided up to this point, that there's people in favor and some people against it, but I think if we do go forward with this, I think we'd have to have, because we've had 8 weeks, and all I've heard is we don't have enough information, but I haven't really heard of what information we need. I think for the LRT, there's been clear information, statistics, and numbers provided, but I think there's uncertainty in those against the LRT. No. Yes. You can have your time to speak after. Respectfully, you can have your time to speak.
Okay.
Well, respectfully, let me finish.
I'll rise on a point of personal privilege, Councillor Dillon.
Excuse me, HMLRT.
Hang on.
Going through downtown.
Whoa.
HMLRT.
Okay, hang on.
Is that better?
Hang on. Mr. Clark.
Going through downtown?
Members of council, if a member wishes to rise on a point of order or a point of personal privilege, they must indicate so and be recognized by the chair before they rise to state any point, and the chair shall then rule, and if there is no appeal, the ruling stands. There is a process that has to be followed.
Councillor Moore, would you like to go on the board and... Okay. Thank you.
So I'll clarify. HMLRT that goes through downtown. There is not... Thanks for losing my train of thought, by the way. I think there's not been, I'm saying that if we don't go and choose a facilitator today, and we have those 2 weeks, what I'm trying to say is that we should be concise. So whoever's against going through downtown, the HMLRT in specific, we need to get they need to get their questions prepared and find out exactly what information they need. And I think I've lost my train of thought officially. But I'll summarize as best as I can. If we go with these 2 weeks, I just want to make sure that there's enough time that they have all the information clear, because like I said, I haven't really heard what answers they need. One side who's pro HMLRT has stated their numbers and statistics and the reasons why, but I haven't heard in specific what information is needed. So I hope that those questions can be answered. I hope the 2 weeks is enough time as well for the HMLRT going through downtown. Thank you.
Councilor Medeiros.
Just to provide further clarification, thank you through you, Acting Mayor. Councillor Dillon, so basically, based on the information I have at hand, September 16th is right now the date for LRT. I have no other dates, so I'm dealing off of that date. Second, if I have a facilitator here who, yes, I agree with Councillor Miles, is interesting, has good experience, but has told me that 2 weeks is not sufficient enough to do a proper job. So my third thing is that we're spending money. So why am I going to spend money on the facilitators telling me that he can't do a proper job within those 2 weeks? I have no other dates. And my other question is that he confirmed in terms of the information he will be using is information that has been existing and the information that we've been presented exactly by staff. So this workshop, so I'm not sure, I find there's going to be redundancy of what's going to be happening at this workshop, because essentially the facilitator is looking for where there are commonalities amongst the group. I respect that the other folks may have a different opinion. I respect that other councillors will vote differently, and that's fine. I'm not going to, that's democracy, and I respect that. Where I do not see is that if we have 2 weeks to make the decision, that we should be spending money on facilitator. I think we've had, since our last meeting, we've had a lot of time to do your fact checks, do your information, and I think the people of Brampton are ready for us to go vote and move on with our municipal business and move on with how strategically where the city is going. And I think part of what I've heard from facilitators and understanding is a lot of this exercise that we've gone through our own staff. So our staff has essentially been our facilitators. And then basically we have to bring someone from outside so I can sit down with my colleagues and discuss and hammer out a solution to how we go forward. I haven't seen other municipalities do that. So to me, this is like a novelty, and this is, really says something about how we work together. So that's essentially explaining why I'm putting that motion. Not that I don't believe in facilitation, not that I don't believe in anything else, but I think we've reached a point where now we have to go through a decision, and we have to make that decision, for the good or for the bad, and I respect people's decision making.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Moore.
Thank you. The fact of the matter is that this council, or the previous council, have never had an opportunity to fully debate and understand the statistics. Are members of council seeking information and statistics and data from staff and from Metrolinx and from others? Yes, they are. But have we sat down as a decision-making body and had a fulsome debate? We have not. And neither did the previous council. We had reports from staff. We had presentations from staff. We never once debated an alignment. We never once had an opportunity to see the different alignments, to debate them, unlike they did in the City of Toronto when they had fully costed out alignments or options for the Gardiner Expressway, and the council in Toronto fully debated those. We have never had that opportunity. Not the previous council and not this council. So for members of new council, with the greatest of respect to the new members sitting around this table, to suggest that you have all the information and that you've had an opportunity to debate and hear the views of your colleagues around the table, other than we want to surface alignment through the downtown and we don't, you have not. So I think there's a great deal of benefit for us as a decision-making body to sit down with a facilitator. And that's not staff, in my opinion. That is, I think that what Lee Parsons, the successful one this morning, brings to the table is, a history and a reputation, certainly from what I've seen over the years in terms of bringing people together. July the 8th, we decided to move to facilitated process. And the summer was wasted. When we made the decision to issue the RFP, there was the debate about whether or not there was enough time to do that. And the time was, we acknowledged it at that point. We have acknowledged every step of the way that we were running out of time. This is an important decision for the city. It's an important process. And we have 3 years to work together around this table. I think if we have an opportunity on this big decision to sit down with somebody to help us reconcile the data, somebody who understands economic development and transportation issues, then I think we need to avail ourselves of that opportunity. In fact, we decided that we would benefit from that opportunity. I think Councillor Miles is going down the right path in terms of let's do it right and let's take some extra time if we need it. We are 9 members of council sitting around here. We have the right to pass a motion to extend the timeline. We were not consulted on the September 16th date. I fully respect that the mayor has the right to call a special council meeting as she did. Nobody's questioning the authority of the mayor's office to do that. but we weren't consulted, we weren't surveyed, the date was arbitrarily decided upon. Maybe members of council around this table were consulted, I certainly was not, and I know others that were not. So we are 9 people. If we want the timeline extended so that we can fully participate in a facilitated process that may repair relationships, that may help us work better, that we may glean from that exercise an opportunity on how to reconcile differences moving forward, then I think it's a useful exercise. So I'm going to ask Councillor Miles if she would fix a timeline to extend the deadline and that we set a date to do this right so that we can participate in a process that 8 weeks ago we decided we would benefit from. And I don't know who voted against it, but I think I saw just about every hand go around the table go up to support the facilitated process. We recognize the need to step back and, let cooler heads prevail and to do some heavy lifting. Well, now we have an opportunity to do some heavy lifting. Let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor Medeiros?
Well, some of your interpretation and your perspective, I don't agree with Councillor Moore. I think we've had the opportunity to debate. We have the opportunity to discuss. My office is there. Folks go back and forth. We had every opportunity for councillors to come together and discuss any outstanding issues that they may have. I think we had countless number of opportunities that staff have provided. We had workshops to discuss this issue. To paint this picture as that someone who doesn't want facilitation, that's not what's in here. We've had every opportunity to discuss these matters. My concern is that within this 2-week period, if you're telling me that we're going to give this a chance because of facilitation, now we're saying we're going to move back the timelines. Well, the province has basically stated, and Councillor Palesh was at the meeting, there's a drop-down date, and we don't have that in writing. So we're sitting here basically saying, well, we're going to keep progressing. So then after, let's wait 6 weeks. Let's wait till the end of October. Well, the end of October, I'm not sure. Maybe we need further facilitation. So it reaches a point where a decision has to be made. And second, there's an external factor, which is the province and what time they have to get out for an RFP. So I'm not sure. This has nothing. Yes, I did vote for facilitation, and yes, I approved it. But within the context of the current information that we have, a special meeting of September 16th was not called when we voted on September back in June. So with this piece of information, I think that's a game changer, and that's a different consideration. So to sort of paint this picture as that we haven't had the opportunity and to understand the statistics and so on, I think we have every opportunity to work with staff. They've given us sound explanatory notes. We have notes in our binders. We've had information about what's there. So the facilitator also is not going to come and explain the numbers to us. That's another thing that I think is not accurate. And what he basically explained that he will get himself briefed up, provide the technical information, and then try to look for points of commonality. He's not going to come and explain to you what the numbers are, where the sources of information for, are there other credible studies out there. So I think there's an expectation that maybe that we're not meeting in terms of what the exact facilitator's role is going to be. And that's for why I put my motion on the table, because I'm not sure if this is going to be the proper use of what we're going to be doing with our funds. So that's exactly my point, and to really explain and be quite crystal clear of what I'm trying to state.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Miles.
Thank you very much. Just for clarification, I do believe that members of council were surveyed on the date of September 16th. The mayor raised that date and asked us individually at the very first meeting on the facilitator when it was in the West Tower, and everybody did agree on that date. And then she did announce it at the beginning of council when we actually moved forward with the facilitation process to make it clear. So council members did know about the date. But regardless of that, the process has been such that it's taken us longer than we expected. What I would like to know first is, has the province given us a drop-dead date on when we have to make a decision? Mr. Patushka, are you the man to answer that?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, we don't have anything in writing. There have been allusions to a date
but no specific date has been given to the municipality.
Okay, if I could direct a question through you, Mr. Bowman, to Mr. Medeiros. When you spoke to the minister, did he indicate that he would provide a drop-dead date?
Yes, so through you, Mr. Mayor, Acting Mayor, Councillor Plushy and I and Mayor Linda Jeffrey were in the meeting also with Acting CAO Ball, and he said that he would have to go back and check what would be a drop-dead date, and he'd get back to us in writing. So, yes, he did say that.
Okay. So, members of council, this issue isn't, because we don't have a drop-dead date. In fact, I think that's a positive for us moving forward with facilitation. I suspect if the mayor makes the minister aware of the fact that we are going through a facilitation, that we will be coming to a decision within whatever time frame is determined, that respectfully the province of Ontario will have some respect for that. So we haven't heard the 16th is the end of the road. So again, I have to say, I think it really is, you know what, it's in our municipality, it's in the City of Brampton's best interest, it's in the residents that we represent, their best interest, that this council goes through a facilitation process to try and come to some resolution on this issue. It's in our residents' best interest for us to take the time and to try to work together and come to a consensus on this issue. Any one of us could put up our hand today and vote the way we think is right. I could. But I am willing to go through the process now that we've embarked on it, and it was a unanimous decision of this council to go to a facilitation or to try and come to a consensus. So for us today to change that, you know what, in all honesty, I think that would reflect really badly on this council if we decide after everything that we've gone through and putting out an RFP to not go through the facilitation process. So, as I said, I hope that you will not support this motion and that you will go through facilitation and that you will ask the mayor to extend the date to allow for a process. And I would make the assumption that would not be contrary to a drop-dead date that the province would give us. So that would be my request of council, to try and work together on this, and let's see what we can come up with.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Councillor Moore.
Well, thank you. I have to address my council colleagues' comments. Councillor Medeiros, our residents and taxpayers deserve, excuse me, a transparent decision-making process. And councillors going in and out of councillors' offices and meetings in small boardrooms and in councillors' offices and emails back and forth is not transparent. Taxpayers deserve to hear this council debate the merits of the numbers and of the data and the information presented. But lobbying back and forth in councillors' offices is not the kind of debate and decision-making that the taxpayers deserve. And that's the kind of debate I was referring to, where we sit around this table, we ask questions, and we seek clarification and debate the merits of the various alignments. So that is what I was referring to. I was not referring to, have we had an opportunity to review reports and so on. We've all had an opportunity. And a lot of us have been able to get our hands on some reports that weren't available through the City of Brampton, but were available on the City of Mississauga website. Some other materials that have come to light and been available to us that were not previously available to this council or to the previous council. So I think I've probably read, several thousand pages of refresher documents and new documents since this whole issue began back on June the 22nd. But our taxpayers need to see us debating the merits of this publicly. And that's what I was referring to, Councillor Medeiros.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Moore. Councillor Gibson.
Call the question, please.
The question's been called. The other two members that are on the list have already spoken. Before the question is called, are there any other members who have not spoken that wish to speak on this issue?
Could we have a recorded vote, please?
Yes, I wish to speak. Am I allowed? No. Well,
Yes, he is.
okay. I have not weighed in on the issue yet, and there are a couple of concerns I have. One concern is that if we do bring in the facilitator, and this thing goes 5 days, we're looking at $100,000, basically. It's pretty simple. I mean, the numbers are there, $54,000 and then $9,300 per day after that. So it's an expensive proposition. I want to be sure that this $100,000 is going to be very well spent, that we're going to get a chance to discuss the merits of all the routes, of all the proposals, and that we're not just going to go into a room, have somebody sit there for 3 days, 4 days, and have a stone-faced looking at them saying, we're not budging anywhere. And that is a little bit of what I fear. I also asked at the very first meeting back in, I guess it was July, late July, I asked if there could be meetings set up, because we're not in this alone. We're not in it alone. I asked if there could be meetings set up with Del Duca, with Wynn, with Sousa. I asked that over 7 weeks ago. Kathleen Wynn and Stephen Del Duca have both been in Brampton over the past 2 weeks at various events, and we have not had the opportunity, other than my sitting next to Kathleen Wynn at a presentation, to discuss with them anything about this at all. Anything. We haven't heard anything from the province or from the feds yet, who are in an election campaign. And if the federal parties were to come forward and say, listen, we're prepared to fund you to X million dollars, that would have an impact, I think, on some of the decision-making processes as well. We haven't done any of that. So I agree with Councillor Miles that we need to have more time, but within this time frame, I'd also like to see these meetings set up with these other individuals, with these other groups that we need to be working with to make sure we get the proper route and to make sure we get the proper funding. And that's it. Councillor Fortini.
Through you, Councillor Beaumont, Chair. I have to agree with you. Like, I'm worried about the cost going up. 10 days, 20 days, and it's going to carry on. At the end of the day, I still have a strong feeling, like I said last council, it doesn't matter who we bring in, nobody's going to change our mind. Certain minds are set up. So we all knew about this meeting on the 16th. We had all summer to do our homework. That's it. And now we're going to extend it again. And I think we hit a deadline. We got budget coming up. We have lots of meetings. Unless we're willing to do these things at night, which I'm willing to, then it doesn't make sense to extend it anymore. I think we should just go ahead on the 16th at the Rose Theater and make up our mind. But I do not believe extending the dates is going to change anybody's mind. And it's just going to run up the bill higher and higher for taxpayers' money. And we're always going to end up staying where we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. So Councillor Gibson has called the question. Procedurally, Mr. Clerk.
Acting Mayor, it's a majority vote, so the question's been called.
It's a recorded vote as well. Councillor Miles.
Councillor Miles asked for a recorded vote.
It was a recorded vote on the procedural motion?
Recorded vote on.
Okay, can we reread Councillor Medeiros' motion that we're voting on?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're not voting on Councillor Medeiros' motion yet.
Okay.
We're voting on the motion to call the question, which has been properly placed and hasn't been voted on yet.
Okay. All in favor of calling the question? Carried? Okay. So now we move on to Councillor Madero's motion that an LRT facilitator not be selected and council not proceed with any facilitation process, and that any questions that individual members have.
Due to the time frame.
Due to the time frame.
Not proceed with any facilitation process due to time frames and the cost of the facilitator, and that any questions.
And that any questions that members have be provided to staff for a response to council.
Members of council, recorded votes been requested and the motion is placed. All in favor, please stand to be counted. Showing in favor of the motion is Councillor Fortini, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Dillon. All opposed to the motion, please stand to be counted. Showing opposed to the motion is Councillor Moore, Councillor Willens, Councillor Paleshi, Chair Bowman, Councillor Miles, and Councillor Gibson. The motion does not carry 3 to 6.
Okay. So the motion's defeated, and do we now move on to Councillor Miles' motion? Okay.
Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, if I understand the intent of the councillor's motion is, 1, that the following presentations from the 3 bidders be received, 2, that the contract for the Ontario Main Light Rail Transit Facilitation Services for City Council be awarded to Malone Given Parsons Limited, who received the highest score of 838 points. 3, that the purchasing agent be authorized to enter into contract negotiations and execute the contract for services with the winning bidder, and should negotiations fail, the purchasing agent advise the city clerk and request that a special meeting be arranged to obtain further direction from council. And 4, that given the proposed facilitation work plan timeline as recommended by Malone Given Parsons in their proposal, the mayor be requested to reschedule the date of the scheduled special council meeting on September 16th, 2015 at 7 p.m. to a future date to allow time for the council-awarded facilitation process to occur prior to the special meeting.
If I might, through you to the clerk, if the language in there could include consultation with the province of Ontario as to the drop-dead date. So my expectation is that we would get a drop-dead date from the province of Ontario, and we would ensure that the facilitation process and the special council meeting be held before that drop-dead date.
You, Mr. Acting Mayor, 1, this motion needs a seconder before it's a properly moved motion. 2, I'm not clear by what you've just said. Who's requesting the province to do that? The facilitator, which is a conversation that's been discussed, or
the mayor has to. The mayor has to confirm the drop-dead date and ensure that the new special council meeting be held prior to the drop-dead date.
Okay. We have one speaker while he's working on that, Councillor Miles. Councillor Willens.
I'm not going to speak to that.
Oh, okay. So we do have a seconder, Councillor Willens. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The purchasing agent and the clerk were just talking about the proposed timeline in one of the proposals, specifically Malone Givens, and I think there may be some clarification needed, or are we good? Mr. Clerk, we're okay with what was spelled out in the proposal and the motion? I think some additional wording is being provided.
Okay.
If I might again through you to the clerk, when Lee Parsons was before us, he said if he needed to, he would fit it into a 2-week time frame, but that would not be his preferred model. I'm not sure, did he say 6 weeks in his proposal? Or did he give us a definitive time? Sorry, I can't remember.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, we'll dig out the proposal, but there is something of a schedule that was provided, and I think we can, and Mr. Honeybarn will just dig that out.
Okay, so I think that the message to the facilitator would be that the process begin and end as quick as possible to do a proper job.
Mr. Chairman, the proposal from Malone Given Parsons does provide a timeline, and for those that have the document, if you want to refer to D326, it does show the proposed schedule for his work.
So he's asking for 8 weeks. Okay, well, I think 8 weeks may be too long, but I don't think we can pin it down until we have the discussion with him and the province of Ontario in regards to the drop-dead date.
Mr. Acting Mayor, what council could direct is, and this is what we were talking to the clerk about, is that when I negotiate with Malone Given Parsons, we could negotiate a timeline to complete the facilitation services that occurs before the special council meeting. So the first thing to find out for us would be if the special council meeting is moving to another date, what that date is, and then I would be able to negotiate with Malone Given Parsons to deliver the facilitation between now and that new date.
Yeah, that would be my expectation. If the clerk could, perhaps then we would have in the motion within a time frame negotiated with the facilitator and to give consideration to the provincial drop-dead date.
So through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, I'm going to have to recite all this again, but I just want to be clear that council no member of council has suggested an alternative date. So there are at least 2 or 3 different potentially hypotheticals in terms of when a meeting may be called. So there is no date certain by the way the current motion is worded. So I will read the motions again. There are now 5 parts. The first part is that the 3 presentations to the special council meeting of today be received. The second part is to award the contract for the facilitation services to Malone Given Parsons, who received the highest score of 838. The third, and there is additional language in here that wasn't in there when I read it a few minutes ago, that the purchasing agent be authorized to enter into contract negotiations and execute the contract for services, here's the new language, in order that the work plan timelines can be achieved prior to the special meeting that council holds on the HMLRT matter with the winning bidder, and should negotiations fail, the purchasing agent will advise the clerk and request that a special council meeting be arranged to obtain further direction from council. The fourth clause is that given the proposed facilitation work plan timeline as recommended by Malone Given Parsons in their proposal, the mayor be requested to reschedule the date of the scheduled special council meeting on September 16th at 7 p.m. to a future date to allow time for the council-awarded facilitation process to occur prior to the special meeting. The new 5th clause is that the mayor be requested to consult with the province of Ontario in order to obtain a deadline date for a council decision on the HMLRT, in order that council can convene a special meeting and make a decision before such date.
Perfect. Thank you.
There's still no date, but...
Thank you.
Councillor Moore would like a recorded vote. Oh, Councillor Moore? Sorry,
If you would perhaps consider rephrasing the last comment rather than asking for the drop-dead date. Ask the clerk's office to send a letter to the province asking them to allow the facilitated process to be completed prior to setting a drop-dead date. And in the meantime, we try to shorten up the 6 weeks or whatever. Well, I have a concern that there'll be an attempt to seek a drop-dead date that doesn't allow the facilitated process to happen.
So I would like to go forward with this. Not with assumptions that things are going to be done untoward, I would like to go
No,
forward.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying if
You
they haven't
just
set,
did.
if they have not set a drop-dead date, then let's not force them to set a drop-dead date that would preclude us from participating in the facilitated
I
process.
think the motion's pretty simple. Let
Okay,
us,
that's
let
fine.
us know what the drop-dead date is.
Yep.
Councillor Moore? Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, through you, Acting Mayor. Are we allowed, to add in that motion how many workshops this facilitator will take?
That'll be our decision anyway, Councillor.
But we should, it's not going to end up like 10 or 20 or 30 every day, and it's going to have
No.
$9,000 a month, that's what, so approximately,
I think that would be determined by the council anyways during the meetings, would it not?
Through you, Mr. Chair, as I think has been the purchasing agent comment on this, is the pricing is for one facilitated workshop with all the preparation work, and there is an additional equivalent to a per diem for every additional workshop. In terms of how many workshops that may be, that seems to be undecided.
So that's why we should decide that.
Well, I think we would, yeah, during the meetings.
Because he could actually call the workshops himself. We have to, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Councillor Dillon.
Yeah, question about the specifics of the facilitation itself. Since there's only one route on the table right now that the province is offering, which is the HMLRT, which is essentially a yes or no, is the discussion going to involve, perhaps somebody can answer as well, will the discussion involve other routes? Or is this facilitation strictly to the HMLRT? Like, just so we can get a clear and precise direction as to what's going to be facilitated.
Chief Simmons?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, the scope of the facilitation discussions will be at the discretion of council. It's really up to council to determine where you wish to go with that discussion.
The reason why I'm asking this question is because, like I said, there's only one route on the table right now. Any other option that's been given, whether it's going through over the Etobicoke Creek or McLaughlin or Kennedy's, has all been what we've been told that it's going to cost in the hundreds of millions. Which is why I want to make clear, what are we actually going to be discussing? Are we going to be discussing options that have been already taken off the table? Or are we going to be discussing the yes or no answer of HMLRT to try to move towards an answer to that? Because to me, it's just a yes or no right now.
Mr. Clerk, I think the question that is on the table right now was my motion from the meeting. Was it not after deferral?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, any motions that were placed at the July 8th special council meeting are null and void at this point. The only matters that move forward as part of the deferral motion were the two reports from staff to the special council meeting whenever it is held. I will advise council that if you recall on the August 12th meeting, when council decided to proceed with the procurement process, part of that resolution also included that the facilitation process, and I'm quoting from the draft minutes, so these aren't official, must include the opportunity for council to validate the information, statistical data provided by Metrolinx, and further that the economic development impact on the downtown Highway 10 corridor and alternative alignments be presented by staff or outside experts, and further that the redevelopment potential of the Highway 10 corridor, downtown, and alternative alignments be presented, and further that the findings on the alternate routes be presented to council. So presumably, in the proposals that were before you today, those considerations are taken into account.
Sounds everything, basically.
Sounds everything, right?
Okay.
No, we're done. Yep.
Okay, so we will go to the vote on the motion. And Councillor Moore, you asked for a recorded vote on this, or Councillor Gibson did? Okay.
A recorded vote's been requested. All in favor of the five-part motion moved by Councillor Miles and seconded by Councillor Willens, please stand to be counted. Showing in favor of the motion is Councillor Gibson, Councillor Miles, Chair Bowman, Councillor Moore, Councillor Willens, Councillor Paleschi. All opposed to the motion, please stand to be counted. Showing opposed to the motion is Councillor Fortini, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Dillon. The motion carries 6-3.
Thank you very much. Okay, I guess we move on to E. Is that where we're at now? Public question period. 15-minute limit regarding any decision made at this meeting. Item E, the next item is where we invite members of the public to come forward to the podium and ask questions about any decision made by council. There's a 15-minute limit for all questions and answers. Are there any questions from the public about decisions made at today's meeting? If so, please come forward, state your name for the meeting record, and questions succinctly related to today's special council meeting decisions. Seeing one. Come on down, George.
I just couldn't sit and say nothing.
State your name.
I did want to say something.
State your name, sir, for the record.
George Startup, citizen of Brampton.
And this is a question, right?
I will ask a question.
Okay.
And the question is why? Why have you guys, my council, taken so long to debate this with all the knowledge you have, the staff, the Metrolinks, the drawings, the information that's available? Why have you taken so long? And you're not at that decision yet. You had difficulty today even coming to a decision on a facilitator, which you knew you had to do. You knew the so-called, not drop dead date, the date, and you're still debating that, wanting time. Why? It's the public is laughing at you, and I'm serious. That's for my friends and the people I know. They said, George, you going to the meeting today? Yes, I am. This, and this. It's a farce. Why have you guys not come to a decision? You talk about money. You talk about how long much a facilitator is going to cost for the one-off meeting. How much is sitting here today? Why? Why can you not come to a decision? Where's the teamwork? Where's the leadership? Accountability, transparency, we all talk about that. We want changes. We want answers. We want decisions. Why are we not getting it? I'm angry. I'm sad. Very sad. And I'm also angry. Why? Look. You're looking at me. But I'm not getting an answer. Sad.
Thank you, George.
Thank you.
One more. Oh, yeah, Mr. McLeod is coming down.
Yes, I have a question. Well, council members, this question is from...
State your name for the record.
Oh, Don McLeod, Brampton Focus. This question is for Mr. Honeyborn regarding the RFP process. If any three of the presenters, personally, and/or the three firms that they represent, donated to any of the city councilors during the last municipal election, would that be a conflict of interest?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, I would have to defer to the city solicitor. I don't know.
And I want to, through you, Mr. Chair, I wouldn't be at liberty to opine on this at this point. I don't have any, it's a hypothetical that's being thrown out. I don't have any facts to base any opinion on. And any opinion that I would give would have to be to this council, not to a constituent who may have a question.
So, Mr. Acting Mayor, there is a provision in the RFP that requires the respondents to an RFP to certify whether or not they have a conflict of interest. All three respondents did certify that, and if you recall, when we talked about at the beginning about how the process works, and when you conduct an RFP, you can only conduct the evaluation based on the materials that is submitted, and nothing else. So we don't have any information that the residents were talking about. The evaluation was conducted based on the rules of the RFP, which was to evaluate based on what was submitted, and we had a certification from each of the three respondents that they did not have a conflict. So that's the answer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. McLeod. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we will, no more question period, move on to F, confirming bylaw. Thanks. To confirm the proceedings of the special council meeting held on September 2nd. The bylaw before council at the special meeting September 2nd, 2015, be given the required number of readings taken by the mayor and the city clerk, and the corporate seal affixed here too. To confirm the proceedings of the special council meeting held on September 2nd, 2015, moved by Councillor Willens, seconded by Councillor Bowman. All in favor? Carried. Okay. Next motion. No, that's done. Motion of adjournment. Our last item of business, item G, adjournment. I have a motion by Councillor Dillon, seconded by Councillor Willens, to adjourn today's meeting, again for a regular council meeting on Wednesday, September 16th, 2015 at 1 p.m. or at the call of the mayor. All in favor? Thank you. Thanks very much.